Greetings and welcome. This is Altos-FSG, and today I will be playing as Dechala and her Slaaneshi faction, the Tormentors. Now you have probably been swarmed already by the content. However, I will be doing it on the legendary, very hard, followed by the Ironman mode. As always, my AI stats modifier will be increased to the limit, and the ultimate crisis mode. And this will be a long campaign. And I will do my very best to play to her factions mechanics, the pleasure palaces, the decadence, tributes, followed by her corruption mechanic. I do feel it's a bit of a pity that she can't seduce, but the corrupt mechanic is a good replacement, even though seduce mechanic is one of the best mechanics in the game and the most powerful one also. Furthermore, all characters gain additional EXP, all characters, all armies, the physical resistance for all characters and also all characters in the armies, followed by physical resistance of +10 for devoted marauders, marauder horsemen, and hellstrider units. And additional upkeep reduction of -15% for devoted marauder units. This paints a picture that you want to recruit additional armies fast and allow yourself to swarm them with some with the devoted marauders. However, I will play to the best of my knowledge, followed by whatever the situation allows me and the potential dealing with potential threats. So we'll see how it goes. Followed by this, she has the I think she's the only one that can allows her to equip one additional weapon item. So she's a highly deadly, highly offensive legendary lord, and she steals experience earned by other lords. This is also quite a useful effect, since you will be able to power level her like crazy, followed by a post-battle chance of demanding a magic item in tribute, as is your due. I am not quite sure how this works. If you do know, do comment and enlighten me. She has a flavor towards non-demonic units, getting additional strength and whatnot. So let's just jump straight into this. And I am highly anticipating this campaign, and I will. Let me phrase this correctly. I will try and play with the cards that I have been dealt and play to the Slaaneshi ways and use her skills to the utmost. This is also my very first campaign playing as a Slaaneshi faction, playing as the Slaaneshi race. So I am not a pro. I'm just a gamer enthusiast, casual gamer, but I am a bit of a masochist when it comes to challenging the games. I do want to play on the highest difficulty.
In sweet surrender or bitter misery, I shall have them all.
As is your Dark Prince desires of you.
Druki anointed, savor everything.
Okay, so the Druki Anointed begins with the Strategist. This increases the campaign movement range. Sadly, it does not specify the hero's army, meaning that this doesn't function if he is embedded in the army. However, getting access to Tacticians Stand Your Ground is quite a welcoming addition. Getting a Vanguard deployment, sure, is an added bonus. Now this Druki Anointed is very powerful for the Slaaneshi roster, since I guess it is here, yeah. In 36 turns of research, I'll be able to gain additional casualty replenishment rate, or I could go on the army route and upgrade the army. Here, Eternal Agony provides with additional 8% casualty replenishment rate. However, it takes quite a while, and I will be going straight for the demonic attraction. We will get into this later, but we will be needing the thralls.
The more aberrant, the
So,
better.
a Druki Anointed, I believe, is very essential to have in every army, due to him being able to have casualty replenishment rate.
I bring the gift of darkness.
And I will immediately use a Slaanesh boon, Dispersed Eagerness, for additional character experience gain, followed by all units in the army gain additional EXP.
Thousandfold thirst, Dechala.
This is the first battle of the campaign playthrough, so of course I will enter a manual battle. Now, between the manual battles and auto-resolving, I will strictly use auto-resolve as a way to save time and not cheat the AI of a potential victory if I initiate a manual battle. So I want to test my strengths, my strategies, and my reaction. Test the limits of myself and the Slaanesh roster.
My spine shivers.
This is our high elven corrupted princess. She did want to ascend into demonhood, however Slaanesh had other plans. Hence she has the title The Denied One. Followed by this we have the Druki Anointed. They are a male, I believe. However, you can't be really sure, since it is a follower of Slaanesh. They are a lesser spellcaster, and they are taken from inspiration of the lore master of Horwith, which is the high elven fighter caster. We have the devotees of Slaanesh crossbows. They are quite a elite unit, which comes with additional physical resistance and melee resistance. Physical resistance and missile resistance, my bad, not the melee resistance.
Slaaneshi crossbows.
And the creme de la creme, we have the champions of Slaanesh. They have basically made it so Slaanesh, do whatever you want. I want more power.
Slaaneshi champions.
They are very deadly, a very deadly unit.
Regale me.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
So without any further ado,
Slaaneshi
let's
crossbows.
just dive straight into this.
I need it. I will take their
So,
breath away.
Mark of Slaanesh, it provides with
and give their
additional
souls their
boons, which
freedom
is
back.
immune to psychology attribute, followed by Strider, increased physical resistance, and additional speed.
Favored champion. Perfectly altered.
I will initiate a Praise of Slaanesh dance.
Grants you safety.
Marauders of Slaanesh! Eternal hunters!
True servant of darkness.
Let me just immediately command some of my units.
Slaaneshi crossbows.
An allure unrivaled. Slithering in.
Now I do want her to just immediately go for the Caster Lord.
Pain and despair.
Seeking Slaaneshi's embrace.
And I will go into this dance of destruction. Now these provide with some added bonuses and debuffs. Which tells you a story that you can adapt her stats
Slaaneshi crossbows.
for your own satisfaction, whether the situation, whatever the situation might call. And now I'm using a, I guess you can say, a Slaanesh boon of Slaanesh. So if you gain enough of points, the Dark Prince offers his
Marauders of Slaanesh!
loyal followers some
Ready and
boons. This being increasing the speed and charge for the selected unit, followed by vigor reduction. Vigor, yeah. Now, yeah. Vigor gain. Now, what is vigor gain? Vigor gain is the battle exhaustion. So, if my unit is, if my unit is in combat and they have suffered some vigor, see here's the winded. It is indicated by the green, yellow, or red legs.
I want more. Champions of
So, if they have any, yeah, their vigor status affects the effectiveness of the unit, meaning they are a bit slower and don't really charge as well as if they were fresh, and so forth. Then you use the that spell, which allows you to regain your vigor loss, followed by some speed, which is a nice added bonus when playing as a Slaanesh faction. Now, you clearly saw that we just completely annihilated the greenskins. They only had some light infantry, gobos, followed by some spider riders. We will be applying for the trolls immediately, straight away. Spotter spyglass, huh? Yeah, well, it is at least something.
Dechala.
I will go on the campaign route with Dechala.
Power is freedom.
Now, even though she is a fighter lord, you could argue you could go for the fighter skills immediately. However, I don't believe it is quite necessary, except for her armor. stat. Her armor stat is very low and she is in dire need of it. But I want to be able to field more armies, which is, and also gain additional thralls, which is added by the casualties captured post-battle, which is part of the campaign blue skill tree. Now, I have already indicated that thralls is very necessary for this faction. Some of you might know, some of you don't. And I will leave it as a suspense, but the thralls resource. Yes, you can call it resource, I guess. They are essential for this faction.
Rising in anticipation. Dechala. Stalk and glide.
You know what? I will put you into
Slaaneshi crossbow.
Put you into group 3 and you into group 4. I will immediately use you.
Anointed.
Endless craving.
Marauders of Slaanesh. Hither and thither.
Slaaneshi champion.
Huh? Why did they sort of like fall?
Pain and despair. Spare men. Marauders of Slaanesh.
Sensations must flow.
Spare. Pain and despair. Finding fresh souls. We crave more. Eternal hunters.
Now the
Rookie anointed.
I forgot.
Darkly hallowed ground.
Let's us just. Okay, I see. So it is within. I see how it works. I thought it was around him and not where he placed it. Now, my champion Slaanesh has taken some heat, but such is the case. And they are my elite, one of my most elite units of this faction. So they have suffered quite a lot of HP damage, yet they still have not. They have taken one model loss, since they were facing low quality units and they were put in a slightly awkward position. However, they did tanked very well for my other units.
The pangs of suffering.
Make them submit.
This is represented by them only taking some HP loss and just a model loss. So they are very effective of dealing with the infantry, seeing as they have bonus infantry followed by a good amount of armor piercing weapon damage. They have 60 armor, good amount of HP per model, followed by some missile resistance. Now they are not really shielded, but they have many armed. They are many armed, so their arms are considered a missile block.
We surge. The sweep of blood. A capricious decision.
Now here you can see that they are not as quick and they have great vigor losses. And immediately, with sweet sorrow, they will regain their vigor and yeah, just become way more,
Blazing
way faster,
speed.
way faster.
1,000
So
stars.
this is how a monstrous large and troop works. So should I once I end the battle, they will only suffer the HP pool of the model loss, same as everyone. However, uh, should a unit from a devoted marauder take as much of HP loss, they would mostly suffer some model losses, being like I guess 50%. So they will lose half their troop, and this is very much clearly indicated by the regular devoted marauder units. These are the spare ones, these are the regular ones. See here, so they have suffered a great deal of model losses, so they only retain half of their HP. But here you can clearly see there's only a sliver of the HP, since that's the HP pool of the one model.
These may last a while.
Oh yeah, great. This is a much welcome addition as a follower, Master Painter. Their brush strokes are so delicate they can make a mortal weep tears of ecstatic joy, and you trigger it by winning a battle with a Marauder unit, and this provides with minus 15% upkeep for Marauder Horsemen of Slaaneshi units. She also gained an Ogre Blade, which is a very nice weapon. The Ogre Blade was used by Chaos Dwarfs to tame the kingdoms amongst the mountains of Morn. How it came to the old world is a mystery. And I did complete a mission, so I gained the Spotter's Eye, Spotter's Spyglass, which provided a damage defense chance and the Spotter ability. It's nothing really, nothing special. So here we have the Slaves of to Excess. The perfect prince can never have too many devotees. It matters not one jot to Slaanesh, whether they came to him willingly or are coerced into his worship. So I'll be taking the blue line, followed by the captured post-battle, which means that I will gain more much needed rolls. I'll take 1 point into corruption for increase the Slaanesh corruption spreading, and the draft master, which is kind of whatever. It's a nice one, since I do suffer from recruitment capacity limits. And here we have the Crown Jewel, the Drawn to Decadence. This reduces the upkeep of my army by 9%, followed by I guess I will take 1 into Lightning Strike for some. I will divulge into this one to come, and the Renowned and Feared. I will get to these. However, I will get to these once I have the unique legendary lord skill tree. Once I pick them.
Die to witness me thus.
Now I will recruit a secondary lord.
Enthralling.
I'm currently. I guess I'll take the Perfectionist, mainly because the character experience gain is increased. The Seduce unit's budget does I guess, does not affect the corrupt unit budget. So this needs to be adjusted by CA. Please do so. The added recruit rank is, yeah, it's just something, but mainly for the character experience gain.
Most
Since
privileged of
the more
Slaaneshi.
EXP my Uriul gains,
The Lord of
the more
Excess
EXP
reigns
Dechala
supreme.
will steal.
Artisan of pain. I
Seeing as
desire
I
new
can
pleasure
recruit
sweets.
one additional tier, let's just recruit
Slave of
her there,
indulgence.
them from this. And we have a cult. So I will remove the Words of Temptation, even though it provides a solid amount of Slaaneshi corruption. It provides also with additional discoverability, since I want to establish the Acolyte trials, and this discoverability is so high that I will be cancelling this out. So should the AI discover, once your discoverability is high enough and the AI potentially discovers my cult, they can use some resources to
One man's pain
demolish
is
it, and
another's
I will
pleasure.
lose my cult.
Naturally.
And it takes 10 turns for me to build the Dark God's Choice. And this allows me to recruit a unique cult magus at this location. And I will get to them. It
The
is a
Denied One.
quite the powerful cult. It provides
I
some
shall
decent
slake your thirst.
bonuses. So, as you might have seen, I entered a force march stance and ended the turn. I did this so that I can trigger the Taskmaster trait, which allows me to gain additional movement speed and campaign line of sight. So, so for every stance I have, I don't really sure if it's all of the stances, but the ambush stance, the channeling stance, followed by the force march stance, I will get a
Sister of delight.
trait which is affiliated by the bonuses the different stances provides as a passive trait, and it requires me to end the turn. It requires me to end 10 turns while in the stance in order for it to trigger.
I follow my passions.
And this is a lot of information, yes, but
Divine
such is the way
immortality.
of Total War. Now I will enter
The
channeling stance here,
swirling miasmas.
since sadly the Winds of Magic in this province is weak. This means that I will suffer
Die in rapture.
-5 Winds of Magic reserves each turn, and this affects my every demon race quite a bit. So you need to keep your Winds of Magic power reserve above 34, unless you want your entire army to suffer the negative effects as indicated by this screen, which is -5 casualty replenishment rate, -5 leadership, and -10% physical resistance, which is very bad. You want to stay above. You preferably, optimally, optimal playstyle is that you keep your power reserves above 80, so that your entire army gains additional movement range, followed by Demon Reforged chance of being restored if they are destroyed, and some increase in speed for the entire army. I will also once more recruit, and I will only recruit the spears, mainly due to the fact that they have anti-large due to them being spears. Even though the regular Marauder of Slaaneshi units have a bit of a higher weapon strength and melee attack, I already have a number of ways of dealing with the infantry. So getting my main lines strictly being spears is, at least for me, quite highly valued.
Naught else matters but sensation.
And the anti-large basically means that they will deal much more damage versus any large units, followed by an increased chance of their attacks hitting. I do believe this is the case. I might be wrong. I haven't really checked, but every time I sent a anti-large unit to engage in versus a large with a large enemy unit, they will suffer some casualties.
Irresistibly compelled.
Now, I did enter a encircle stance. I do so that I can bring forth my reinforcements and the herald, my other lord.
Free.
So now, yeah, you have already witnessed me. So here I will enter I will just auto-resolve this. But you witness that I only gained 7 thralls, and I am quite curious how this functions, since I have the campaign skill of gaining additional thralls. So, you need to check it out. You need to
sleep.
If you are, like me, a bit of a hardcore gamer, you need to pay attention to these kind of things.
Unchecked slaughter. I must contain myself.
I will build the carver's cages, the toil, and let's talk a bit about the different camps. So for the minor settlements, you are required. You have a growth requirement and the population surplus resource, followed by a good chunk of money in order to upgrade their tiers, which allows you to be able to build different buildings, which affects your game. Now, this is the hidden landing is a Tormentor's hold, so they specialize in the military aspect of the game, followed by a semi-unique ability to perform a garrison sally out attack. And the range is represented by this purple zone, meaning that if a enemy lord goes inside this, I can put a hero, I can put a army or a whatever, or maybe don't even need an army. I can just straight up use my garrison to attack the enemy lord army, the enemy army, if they are inside this zone. That is the main thing for the Tormentors hold, followed by some increase in the settlement garrisons, gain additional stats, and increased range, followed by some income from post-battle loot and income from looting, sacking, and raiding settlements for all armies. So with enough of the war host forts, this could be translated into a economy building. You also have the Ring of Steel, which is also a unique building for the Tormentors hold. This provides the unique experience gain per turn, including garrisons, for all armies in the province, followed by some corruption in adjacent provinces and income from pleasure palaces and some potentially much needed local recruitment capacity of +1. I value the Ring of Steel quite a bit, but for this specific faction, once more, the ports is the gold for the minor settlements. Now, the ports allows for the thralls to get added to the global pool of +30 per turn. This is a high value. Yes, this is a high valued building for this faction, and it provides some a decent amount of money and some growth, which is not necessarily as useful as you might originally think. We will talk about it once we have settled in the gateway to Koesh. So this, the frauds added to global pool, +30 per turn, is very high, since we have the other buildings, the fraud camps and the regional fraud population. I will allow you to gain the knowledge which I have gained during my test run. This provides with some defensive supplies, growth, corruption, and gaining additional construction slots once you have upgraded the main core building. However, frauds added to global pool +20 per turn, but the regional fraud population gets -20 per turn, so they will be channeled from the regional population towards the global population. However, once this runs out, the regional fraud population, I will lose both the income and the thralls. So, as you can see here, while the settlement has thralls remaining, you gain these bonuses. So yeah, that is why I highly value the port buildings, since this doesn't have the condition of needing the regional thrall population. Just straight up 30 thralls. And once it is upgraded, it provides with +40 an increase of 100 gold and a good amount of growth, honestly, but as mentioned, growth is not necessarily something you should prioritize as the Tormentors, or the Dechala faction.
Tormentors, daughter of excess.
Now, melee defense is the king of stats. I am recruiting, yes. So I will enter. Now, Melee defense basically means that you have a chance to make the enemy miss, or if you prefer the word dodging, whatever. So the higher your melee defense is for any unit, the better or more effective they will be at defending, or they basically won't be taking as much of the damage. Now, any hit from any unit is either a glancing hit or a full hit. A glancing hit is you can translate it to being sort of like a semi-failed attack. So while your attack will connect, it will deal reduced damage.
One man's pain is another's pleasure.
This is why, and since I'm playing on the ultra scale, which I believe quite a lot do.
A vile marriage.
Don't stop.
Freedom is power.
Oh, I'm not quite in range. Yes, this means that my heroes are in desperate need of additional melee defense in order to survive. And my army, yeah, the melee defense is the king of stats, basically, in my opinion.
Long for me in terror.
Since I can't quite reach Muga and the gateway to Koresh. Oh, that's actually quite a lot of
delight.
Depravity reigns.
Anyhow,
I yearn to go.
let me demolish this building and just end the turn.
The Dark Prince.
And so we can talk about melee attack now. Melee attack is it's your chance to hit. The higher the amount of melee attack you have, the higher chance you have to hit. You see where this is going. And armor stats is just damage reduction. I don't really know the exact values. The amount of damage reduction you gain by having X amount of armor, but I am aware that the more armor you have, the less damage you are
I am
dealt.
irresistible. This I know.
And then you have
Slave of
weapon strength, which is your damage. Then you have the speed and leadership. Leadership is morale. You get the drift. However, when it comes to speed and the weapon strength followed by followed by the charge, there are some hidden stats.
Corruption, seduction, wanton abandon.
And I will talk about it once I am laying siege to this and fighting this battle. This is valiant defeat, so we will see how it goes. But here you can see this. We have the Sweet Sorrow. This provides with charge speed. Now you might be thinking, charge speed. It didn't say anything about charge speed in the speed section of the stats, or the in the charge section of the stats. That's because they are hidden. If you pay close attention and really, if you look it under a magnifying glass, you will spot some differences between the units. Even though they have the same stats, they could potentially be slightly different. Now here you can see that they have, for example, we have the champions of Slaaneshi with their weapon strength. However, what you don't see is the attack rate. There is, however, a indication of them having additional attack rate in the tooltip many armed section here. Having multiple arms grants this unit a faster attack rate, a higher melee defense, and a increased missile block chance. Huh? So, yet there is no indication of attacks rate in the weapon strength. Also here in the charge you can clearly see there is no charge speed.
Me. I need it.
Spearmen! We will hunt!
He desires death!
Pain follows in our wake.
So you need to pay a certain amount of attention towards these them, and these guys are very responsive, meaning that they will follow your commands quite well, and their let's say their rotation vector is not as high as you might imagine.
Slaaneshi crossbows. Unleash the torment. We crave.
I won't be doing a auto fire at will, since these goblins have quite a considerable amount of shield value, missile block value, of being a silver shield, further added by them being behind the battlements of the wall. So my devotees of Slaaneshi, even though they have a very good amount of missile damage, they will barely do any damage towards the goblin spears, despite them having a low armor value. Should the unit, however, face the other way, meaning, for example, that they are they are sitting behind on the other, I guess you can say, position of the wall, they will not face. You will be able to flank shots, and the flank shots will ignore the shield value. Some of you are quite aware of these, however, I do like to explain to certain people, to potentially new viewers who are witnessing this for the very first time. However, it does follow a certain amount of logic.
Endless craving. On the hunt.
And so here we have the Slaaneshi Herald. She is a special demonette, and she is demon, which you can see the indication of them having a demonic. So once their leadership is broken, they will suffer a passive damage debuff, and they will lose their whatever magic that ties them to the physical plane. However, this comes at since they are a demonic unit, they will also gain additional physical resistance, and she is also a caster. So I will provide the greenskins with some love from Slaaneshi, being his magical whip. Yes. Bit of a love tap, bit of love from Slaaneshi. Now I did um, initiate a siege here since they have way more units. But if they are channeled through these two roads, their numbers will count to
Slaaneshi
nothing.
crossbows.
Beacon
And
of
they will
destruction.
also be within the
Ready
they will also be way more packed, meaning that my casts will be way more useful. I will initiate the Praise of Slaanesh. Since this will be a grind, I feel that gaining plus 36 melee defense is a much welcoming stat to gain.
Ready and willing.
And I will send in my my devoted marauder spears.
Seeking new sensations. Make them submit.
Once more, I will just be spamming the love taps. This also disrupts their lines while also dealing quite a amount of damage. And I will use my Druki's ability from the tactician trait, gaining some leadership, but the much needed melee defense. And you can clearly see the AI has a caster lord, which deals quite a considerable, which causes quite a damage towards towards myself. And I do want to quickly finish him off and stop him from casting. Oh, that's actually quite a good cast
with
from him.
Supreme grace.
He has currently done 4.5k damage.
Favored champion. Writhing in anticipation.
Hand demon of Slaanesh.
Now I will use the acquiescence, which reduces the damage, the speed, and also the unit suffers from minus 24 melee defense. Hopefully with this I am able to quickly finish off the squig herd, or at least rout them, so that I can put my units to good use. Now I can also order my units to put out their pocket ladders. However, if I do that, they will lose a great amount of vigor while climbing the ladders. But so I will I will not use the ladders quite yet.
I thrum with anticipation.
Okay, finally I can move.
It will happen.
Guided by hunger.
Finding fresh souls. Guided by hunger.
Oops, I right-clicked. Now, if I were to put up with the ladders, most of my units will use the ladders as a way, as the main pathway. So, and this means that I will suffer some, my entire army will suffer the vigor losses, and they will be stuck in climbing the stairs, and they will wait, and it will just be horrendous. So that is why I
Okay, anointed.
shall not
Agony and
make use of the pocket
We
ladders.
crave more. Novelties await.
Driven by pain. Slaaneshi crossbow.
And if you
Driven by pain.
enter shift and
To the next
right
victory.
drag, you will be able to immediately attack. You will initiate the way that the
On the hunt.
unit walks.
Seeking Slaaneshi's embrace.
However, if you do so, they will most likely walk. So do bear that in mind. This is also a slightly awkward place for the camera angles, since if you were you can see that the camera will go to the bridge above. However, I want to see what happens below. Let's use this once more, and I will enter the Dance of Destruction so that I can hopefully snip him in the bud quite quickly.
If you must.
Let me put forth these units
Finding fresh souls.
and my most healthy
Bring us souls.
marauders to the front,
Souls for
and I will
Slaanesh.
keep you guys on the back. Okay, here I will. That's a good charge for these Forest Goblin Riders, since my mortar spears were not in their brace. Since they did not brace.
The thrill of terror.
And here you can see that my Lash of Slash didn't deal as much damage, since they are a low amount of models, and they are also large. So my damaging spells is not quite as effective. So I will use a debuff instead, and hopefully I can deal with them quite quickly. This is also why one of the many reasons why I only recruited spears. I haven't put my crossbows to a great
Paid follows
use.
in our wake.
I desire
Please.
your skin. Drunk
But
on
you, I want you to
dominance.
kill the Lord in the bud.
Certainly.
So sadly I can't really use my acquiescence spell is on cooldown. And sometimes your units will forget your orders,
Bring us souls.
which is just annoying, but that's just the way the engine works. As I don't believe it's a bug, it's just a limit, the engine limitation. However, I could be wrong. I am not a computer engineer or a coder,
Slaaneshi crossbow.
so I will leave it up to the professionals. But this is just my opinion. If you know what causes it,
The eternal hunger.
causes such interactions, or whatever you want to use as a terminology, as term, do enlighten me.
Use the broken.
Slaaneshi's burning kiss!
The soul harvest is nigh.
Dechala.
Now you might be wondering, what is this?
Taking violence. Torture
Come on.
them. Purest sensation. Beacon over
Sometimes you will see the effects, a sort of a damaging effect here. You can see. This is from the Soul Siphon, which is a damaging area effect around her with the condition that the enemies have a leadership of wavering or lower. So if they are under a wavering leadership or lower, they are inside the Soul Siphon range, they will suffer damage, passive amount of damage.
Slaaneshi crossbows. Satisfy his will.
They will submit.
Now I will remove my champions of Slaaneshi since they have suffered quite a considerable amount of damage, but you can clearly see that they have been dealing quite a lot of damage, and now they are free to rest. And here we have the Wa ability. This is a greenskin faction specific boon from their gods, the Gork and Mork. So once they have gained enough fightiness, you could see. This is the sensuous seductions. They have different wording, but essentially fightiness. And they will gain some army-wide buffs of dealing increased damage, getting leadership, and melee attack. That is part of the Greenskin's faction mechanics. However, we have proven that with careful planning, followed by some good use of these spells, and having a decent early game roster, I have overcome the challenge of the Cluster Eye tribe. And I did gain a spell shield. Now, during the occupation, during my battle where I auto-resolved before, I believe that the enemies was, I guess, 1.8k enemies deployed or something. I did only get 7 thralls. However, this is also a way higher force, but it isn't near. It's more than twice. It's even less than. It's yeah. You get what I'm saying. So I did gain more than twice the amount of thralls, despite them deploying only 1k additional units. So entering a doing manual battles does work in my favor. Ah, man. I need some coffee.
Our winds are poorly serviced.
You know what? Yes. I will take a short break. However, I will cut this out.
A victory soaked in pain.
And I will be right back for you guys. And welcome back. Well, for you guys, it's been a second. For me, yeah, it's been a greater amount. I did pour myself a coffee, and I'm also snacking on some dried bananas. So, let's get to it. We currently occupy the gateway to Koresh, and we have the Pleasure Palace. Now, it provides a solid enough of a income for being a settlement core building. It also provides with decadence, martial corruption. Now, as you witnessed here, you can see that the cost is neither favor nor does it require any population surplus, which in turn means growth. They cost thralls. Now, almost all the buildings, except for the defensive buildings, require thralls. This is the main reason why I went
Most privileged of
Harried.
Slaaneshi.
while I went with the slaves to excess route and going towards the campaign side. Since if I can gain thralls faster, I'll be able to build my very powerful, quite powerful buildings as well. Now we have the basic military building, Altos solution. This allows me to recruit the demon nets of Slaaneshi and furies, furies or fury, yeah, furies. Let's say it's furies. They are a aerial harasser, and their main goal is to bog down ranged or artillery units. That is their main goal. Them being of a Slaaneshi, Furies of Slaaneshi, they gain Strider and Devastating Flanker. Devastating Flanker is a mainly a attribute to the Slaaneshi faction and their roster. However, some units do have Devastating Flanker, but it's mostly, you can see, it's mostly inside the Slaaneshi roster. And then the upgraded version is the Demonic Rupture, the Demon Portal, which becomes available at turn tier 3. I can recruit the Exalted Demonettes of Slaaneshi, which is a good upgrade from the Demonettes of Slaaneshi, mainly due to them having both the Soul Scent ability, which is a leadership of wavering or lower condition, which increases their armor piercing weapon damage, followed by melee attack up to 50%, followed by additional 20 flat. And they also have the charmed contact effect, which reduces melee attack by 8. This is actually quite a good debuff for the Exalted Demonettes, since they have low armor, but they have the physical resistance, and the enemies losing their increased, having a reduced chance to hit through melee attack. They will just kill any infantry way faster, and also they are mainly armor piercing, so they are quite deadly. And them being a demon also provides them with physical resistance, which I have kind of mentioned already. We have the second military slot, the Halls of Blade and Lash, the Warrior's Halls. This is the mortal units. And as you might have seen, we can, if we purchase the sparing aspirants in the Tormentors tribute panel, which we will get to, as long as you have both of the basic military recruitment buildings, every unit will gain plus 6% permanent bonus to melee defense and melee attack, which is certainly a much welcoming addition. We followed by the cavalry side with the mortal riders, which offers a recruitment rank of +1 for all units in the local province, and followed by the secondary recruitment +2. These recruit rank effects do stack, and I will talk more about the other recruitment buildings when we get to them. However, getting the Vestibule of Tithing, the lavish gifts, which is a must building. You should build this building in every pleasure palace, as it produces a great amount of generates quite the income, and decadence, followed by some increase in trade tariffs and capacity for cultists, and also the diplomatic relation for all factions once I have purchased a certain upgrade. This building also allows us to immediately being able to recruit a cultist. Now the cultists are a very welcoming addition to the very much welcoming addition this early, since if you embed them into the armies, they will increase the movement range of the army which they are inside of. They also spread corruption, and they have a particularly good buff for the army and a ability which I will showcase. Furthermore, we have the favorite quarters, lords and agents. This is in my opinion, some Swedish, some Swedish enter there. In my opinion, the favorite quarters is quite a powerful building, since it provides Lord and Hero recruit rank +5. Some factions only gain like +3 for a specific type of hero, or a Lord recruit rank of +1 as a faction-wide stackable in a tier 5 building slot, as a tier 5 building. So getting the Lords and Agents building early will allow you to field some decent, powerful heroes and lords early on. And they also provide with some income generation and increase hero capacity for all heroes is a very welcoming addition. Also, since here you can see the hero capacity is increased for the specific heroes which you can recruit from said building chain. However, this furthermore is also here for the greater servants, the Aloruses, hero capacity increases. Yeah, but with this building, you will gain +2 hero capacity for all your heroes. Yeah. And we have the pain vaults, which I will soon be able to build. Provides decadence and allows us to recruit some chaos sorcerers of Slaaneshi. And it also increases the hero action success chance +3 for all characters, stackable for your entire faction. It also increases the capacity for chaos sorcerers and some increase in power reserve capacity for all armies and some spell resistance. This is a very welcoming addition since the demons usually have low armor, meaning that they are quite susceptible to magic. So getting spell resistance is a good defensive, and it stacks. And then we have the Flencer's Workshop Innovative Pleasures. It provides decadence, research, +10, Slaaneshi corruption, and a unit experience gain +5 for all armies. It also allows us to recruit some very good units, in my opinion. Very effective. And they have a place in every Slaaneshi army, in my opinion. The Slangors. I will go into the details of this unit once we have recruited them and we're in battle. And if we upgrade the building through the tributes, we will have a passive chance to gain a magic item of up towards 10% per turn per building. This is also a very much needed building for Slaaneshi for this Slaaneshi faction, since it provides some research rate. You need research rate for your researches. And some of the technologies could be considered to be quite powerful. However, it does require a long time. So getting some research is very needed and very welcoming.
Handmaiden of dark delight.
Now you will initiate channeling stance,
Slaaneshi wins.
and we have tempestuous
Sensation lures me.
in this province, the Great Canal.
Pleasure.
This means
without
that
conscience.
we will gain a passive increase in power reserve of 10, and we are in channeling stance, so it will grow up to 25 a turn. However, she has suffered some damage, so I will
Uncloven foot.
remain inside my province to replenish.
All souls will yield for Slaaneshi.
Furthermore, I will take Route Marcher, which I believe is a movement is essential. And I will go down the caster route with Uriul. I might have butchered her name, but I guess she doesn't really care. And since I have Draftmaster, I can recruit 3 units a turn instead of the regular 2. and getting 1 rank is something you. If you pile them up and stack it, you can recruit some higher veterancy units, and they will just be better. Since you can see, for every rank, you typically gain 1 leadership, 1 melee attack, and 1 melee defense. And I believe such is the case for every unit in the entire game. Yep.
Naught else matters but
I guess, and I will save the skills from the Druchii Anointed. And I do believe, yes, he the Anointed is a lesser spellcaster, which means that while he has access to spells, they are bound, which means that they are limited uses, but they don't cost any winds of magic.
Mistress of the Tormentors.
Anyhow, Hidden Landing, I will be building the Shrine of Decadence, and I will immediately recruit the Demonettes, which will become available in 1 turn. And it works out.
Freedom is power.
I have a commandment, so we have the regional fall population depletion rate plus 20% per turn. I suffer some minus control for increase income from fall camps. Or I could take Palatial Delights for income from pleasure palaces in the local province, which is basically just her building, followed by that the character experience gain plus 200 in the local province. Or the Chorale de Thralls for some proliferate cult cost reduction and some additional growth and some potentially well needed casualty replenishment rate for all armies in the province. Or we have the Announced Supremacy for control 5, campaign movement range plus 1% stackable for the faction leader's army, corruption, they negate any corruption excluding Slaaneshi, and negates the corruption in adjacent provinces also, but excluding the Slaaneshi corruption. I will take Palatial Delights, and I will keep it that way throughout much of the entire game, since they will be our main. They will be a good source of income, but the Thrall camps will be our main source of income. Throughout the entire campaign. Let me just end the turn. Now, what is your favorite snack? Do share it. I'm currently munching on some dried bananas and a coffee. While they may not be my favorite snack, it does taste quite good. And them being dried means that they will last. Their shelf life is increased like tenfold.
Daughter of excess, my desires will be yours.
So now I will begin to recruit my demonettes. And you know what? I will disband a regular devoted marauder, since the demonettes are just a much better unit, and the cost is considerably higher. They will be... they're just way more deadly, and they are also mainly armor piercing.
The Slaaneshi Legion is unsatisfied.
Now, I did Yes, I did gain some thralls passively from my camps.
Our burning needs are unmet.
So I will upgrade. I will now begin to build the vestibule of tithing.
Power is freedom.
I forgot to cancel the cult upgrade option, followed by the unassigned skill option. But I could also cancel the building upgrade available, since it will just stack the flow.
Naturally.
And now, during the end turn phase, I will gain some experience, followed by the demonettes, and I will now start to gain flat plus additional 50 thralls each turn. Oh. I am a thrall to the thralls. I am a thrall to the thrall gain. Even though I might seem like at least I hope, I am quite a decent fellow, and I am also
The denied one.
quite respectful towards people's desires and wishes, as long as you don't enforce it, or you are being disrespectful. However, if you want to be called in a certain way, sure, I will call you whatever you desire. But if you are being a pain, you will expect some side glances, but you are entitled to your rights and whatnot, and so am I.
What I
So,
want,
if
I
you are respectful to me,
must.
I am respectful to you. That's all I will really say.
One man's pain is another's
I'm not here
pleasure.
to judge any people. I'm just here to play some video games, have fun, and hopefully I will make some errors, and you will laugh, and we will all have a good time.
Following my
So
freedom,
please be respectful.
my blood races.
You can argue in the comments, but keep it professional.
Prince's herald.
Since we are all humans,
Behold,
we all
my
have our
sensuous movement.
histories. So let us not go for the jugulars or any punches below the belt. Now, we can see there is some smoke at the settlement of Fuhong. This means that the friendly neighborhood wizard, Balthazar Gelt, with his followers, the Golden Order, has arrived. And so we can initiate diplomacy with him,
Artisan of pain.
hopefully.
Moving with grace.
Have I encountered him? Yes, I have encountered him. Delightful.
Interesting.
So,
The Bright
we will
Order
now
are seeking targets for their initiates to practice
join
on.
war
And here you are.
versus the Brethren Nomads, and I want some coin, which they have gladly accepted. Now I will once again enter Spur of Eagerness. Use the boon, Spur of Eagerness. Let me
privileged of Slaaneshi.
enter on the edge.
Sweetest agony.
And then just go immediately for the Wily Village. This is... I have overwhelming odds, decisive victory, casualties low. So here I will henceforth always auto-resolve. Ooh, we gained a banner, huh? A banner which I have never seen. The Siren Standard. Ooh, this is actually quite a nice one. Minus 10 speed and minus 5 melee defense for all enemies inside the range, which is 35 meters. Man, that's actually quite a lovely buff. Debuff for me to have access to. Now I will just immediately take Dark Knowledge, which provides me some corruption. He gains magical attacks, and I have further Winds of Magic Power Reserve capacity of 10. It is a good skill to get. And now I can choose between Chillwind or the Last of Slaaneshi. However, I already have access to the Lash, and Chillwind is just a better, more damaging spell, since it's not only longer, it also does much more damage. It is also a wind, classified as a wind type spell, so the range is longer, and you can see that it is a breath attack, so it's a tear shape, expanding tear shaped attack. So on the shield wind are just larger, so the effect will be greater, and it costs nothing, and furthermore it causes a contact effect of frostbite, which reduces the enemy speed of minus 25%. And then we have access to Hysterical Frenzy very soon, which is quite a nice spell. However, getting Ward of Pain, at least in my opinion, is also a decent option. This provides a debuff on the targeted units, Lord, Hero, and getting minus 40%, minus 40 flat melee attack is a strong debuff, basically. And now we could gain Slicing Shards, which is an AoE bombardment, large strike area, and deals quite the damage. But I will take Soul Stealer instead. This is because as a evil faction, a chaos-ish faction, and I don't have access to the Lore of Life, which is the spell book which can heal. I can use the Soul Stealer, which heals the Anointed at the very least, followed by quite the damage spell affecting all enemies inside the range. So I'll take Soul Stealer. And Chillwind, Word of Pain, and Soul Stealer is part of the Lore of Dark Magic, which is a Dark Elven magic lore. I'm not quite certain which other heroes or you can say faction who has access to the lore of dark magic. It is quite a offensive and a deadly lore.
So much glorious.
Anyhow, I will begin to construct the Carver's cages.
Has the perfect prince forsaken us?
You can argue that if I use this spur of eagerness always at all times. Yo. Nakai, where are you heading? If you're going for my settlement, I will be annoyed and angry at you. You lizard guy, you should stick to your side of the mountains. Here we have the Eastern River Lords. Oh, huh. He landed. I see. Let's see what Nakai brings to the table there.
I exist to serve and be served.
Mm-hmm. It's something.
This is not the promised
Now,
access.
sadly, we don't nearly have enough thralls. And I do want to wait with my cultist. However,
Any moment without
I could actually just recruit
My divine master.
a cultist and establish a cult
I
at the
must
Tower of
decline.
Ashong.
Enticing, entrancing, enthralling.
Now you are not quite in range so
is power.
here I scoured the. Oh, I could also. No, that's 80. There is 80. Anyhow,
My whim,
this is
perfect
quite a rough train, but I
compass.
mainly scouted the ambush success chance. So here I will go into an ambush stance and
My
hopefully
will does not bend.
Yongson will
I
try and
serve
attack
the
my
Dark Prince.
bait.
depravity reigns.
Yes,
A tool of
my bait.
sweetest torture. Irresistible.
So she needs to remain visible.
Spreading seduction.
However,
Gratification must
she
be
also
delayed.
needs to. I also need to
Daughter
proc
of
the
excess.
ambush dance.
I serve
The
only
ambush.
the dragons.
But I could also bring her to the edge,
Paint it.
and my ambush will still be a semi-success since the AI will think that this army
Power is freedom.
doesn't exist if it allows me,
Where is he?
the game allows me.
Where?
However, I want to have a
Ready to sample the wares?
a fully successful ambush battle, which just allows me to straight up annihilate the enemy army. No, no. Let's see. Oh, they failed to spot my ambush. I will take the Siren Standard to great use with my flanking force, since they have Vanguard deployment. We will talk about this. Now, I could auto-resolve, and now just straight up kill them and save some time. However, I do want you, some of you might be new, so I will showcase you a battle, a real ambush battle, and why it is so deadly, particularly versus the ranged roster. Now you can see here the deployment zones is very much different compared to a regular deployment battle zone. And as you can see, when you have a chance of the ambush battle to be exactly the same as always when inside the Cathayan regions. So they can't retreat since this is the edge. They can, however, retreat from the battle if they enter this zone.
Marauders!
So here I will pick my Marauders, and you can, as you can clearly see, allowing you to field your troops so close to the enemy is very powerful when dealing with any ranged heavy army roster. Yeah, with any army which has a ranged roster, and it also saves some time. Now, here I will put you. Oh, let me show you, guys. I will put you into group 4. I will lock you, or start deployment. I will start the battle, and I will initiate a attack order. That means that every unit will charge straight away,
Slaaneshi crossbows.
allowing me to instantly
Dechala!
attack and deal with my enemies. And I will pop up the stand your ground. This is quite more useful than I initially anticipated.
Souls for Slaanesh.
Now they did suffer some damage,
Anointed.
so let's. Yeah, my bad. Anyhow,
Ready and willing.
huh? Haha, it was a peasant horseman as well. Let's try and kill their spellcasting lord.
Your fangs sing! Greyhound! Knockoff!
You are okay. You are taking some. Now these guys, they have primal fury for. This is a beastman racial ability, which provides them with plus 10 speed and charge bonus, followed by plus 5 melee attack and immune to psychology. It is only enabled if their leadership is higher than 50% of the base. This followed by the pleasure through pain. Now they have taken quite the damage already, and the effect intensity hasn't really reached the maximum effect.
Seeking sin.
Flen's flesh.
However, the pleasure through pain provides... Huh? Did... Yeah, okay, yeah, it was an error, I guess. So, up to 20 additional speed, 12 additional charge bonus, flat, mind you, followed by some additional melee attack up to 8. With the Pledge for Pain and Primal Fury, followed by their bonuses infantry and quite the armor piercing damage, as you can see. They are quite deadly versus some low tier or low armored stats infantry.
Devotees.
We feed our hunger.
And their charges is quite powerful. They are also woodmen, which means that they can pass through trees. They are striders, so speed and combat penalties caused by terrain is ignored. They can hide in the forest, and they also bear the mark of Slaaneshi, so they have plus 5% physical resistance and increased in speed, and the strider effect followed by immune to psychology attribute, which they will gain through Primal Fury. But it is still well, they are quite the deadly troops
Bring us a joyous
versus.
demonstration.
Okay, they, as you can see here, my infantry demonettes almost catching up to a horseman unit. It should provide you with some inclination towards how fast my units actually are.
Pain is a gift.
Dechala, an allure unrivaled.
So Slaaneshi is delighted. The Dark Prince is delighted whenever I chasing some routed units, and I mainly do this so that I can gain more followers, more quote unquote followers. The thralls, essentially. So the Onyx Crossman did deal some damage, and so they are yeah, they are mainly a harasser unit. Sent to, you will send them to deal with the archers. I'm not surprised that they actually can kill some of my my devoted marauders. Oh yes, here. During the once more, I will reference towards my battle where I auto-resolved. I didn't really gain any amount of rolls. However, with dominate captives and the my campaign skills, you can see 463 rolls is nothing to scoff at. It is quite a substantial amount. Furthermore, since they attacked me and I am inside a province I control, during the end turn phase. Once it becomes my turn, my units will have gained a turn of casualty replenishment rate.
Naught else matters but sensation.
Ooh! This is a nice event. Pay the Piper. One of her demonettes exudes an irresistible new scent. Countless mortals are helplessly enraptured by it, trailing after the demon with wild eyes and drooling mouths. It is child's play to lead them all over a cliff's edge. Delighted by this vision of broken, wailing bodies, Slaaneshi grants a glorious reward. So I gain a random hero recruited at Hidden Landing, a random Alores. Sweet. She is a shadow. I also gained the Scarecrow banner. My anointed gained the cold one. My herald gained the Steel of Slaaneshi, and I have access to my first regiment of renown. Yeah. Okay, yeah. We will take a look at it. Now, the
Taste
Alores.
the pleasures.
Oh, she is a weapon master. If you can swing, slash, stab, or gouge it, this warrior has mastered every aspect of its use. So, this makes my Alores quite the deadly character. So she gains +8 melee attack, followed by a contact effect, Sundered Armor, which reduces any unit or lord or whatever she's fighting, they suffer -30 armor. And she also gains 75 armor-piercing weapon damage. Now, she already has the melee attack. Do bear that in mind. So her stats is she is a demon. She has banished and demonic. So and a demon of Slaaneshi. So her armor is low. Her leadership is decent. She has, however, very high speed. Magical attacks, Sundered Armor from her trait, and currently sitting at 63 melee attack. 50 melee defense is a standard amount, but since she is both a caster and a fighter, as you can clearly tell by the caster skill tree followed by the fighter skill tree. She has access to Foe Seeker and Deadly Onslaught and Arcane Conduit. Yeah, nice. Oh yeah. Every Slaaneshi hero, I don't know if my anointed has one.
Most privileged of Slaaneshi.
Yes, he also has it. So they gain a hate for Khorne. Slaaneshi hates Khorne very much. This is representative by the hates Khorne. This obsession with murder is just cheap, mindless bloodlust of the basest kind. To the servant of Slaaneshi, there is so much more to life. And to death too, of course. So they gain some solid bonuses when fighting against Khornate factions. 10 melee attack and deals 15% additional damage. Now, the Druki has access to Elven Grudge. Foolish hypocrites. The arrogant pride of these elves bring them far closer to Slaaneshi than their egos would have them believe. Okay, so maybe this is only the Druki Anointed, which has access to the Elven Grudge. Yeah. Well, I will see. I will see. Do enlighten me. It's been quite a while since I played as the Dark Elves. I think they have something similar. However, this is maybe just a flavorful text as the Slaaneshi. It offers missile resistance plus 10 when fighting as elves, followed by 14. A massive increase in melee attack when fighting against elves. Nice. He has access to a cold one. Dark feral beasts indigenous to Nagaroth, tempted from their damp, warm caves to bear the Druki to battle. Now the Druki is the Dark Elves. And the cold ones are a raptor-like creature, and only the Druki and the Lizardmen factions have access to such amounts, and they look quite cool. They look very, very cool. Especially the Dark Elves one. I approve it very much so. I take Legacy of Pleasure, which allows me to gain more uses for the common and uncommon bounce spell choices. But it is mainly a agent skill. The agent skill is the campaign side. So I will then begin to replenish my troops further. Now, Dechala has already, at turn 10, through the use of Spur of Eagerness, followed by the character gain, and my perfectionist trait for Uriel, yeah. She has already reached rank 12 during turn 10. So, she has Praise of Slaaneshi. The Dark Prince's servants are eternally bound to his whims. Those same whims, at times, dictate that he simply set them loose. So it is with his favored servant, Dechala. This provides some well-needed movement range of 10, increased, followed by some additional corruption, standard corruption of +3, and she gains Wayfarer. This gives her acceleration and de-acceleration of +200%, and Strider, but she already gains Strider, whatever. So the acceleration and de-acceleration, as you can clearly see here, is a speed-related stat, but it doesn't show in the speed stats. Neither if I try to see. So this is also a hidden stat. And we have the Tainted Cup. Dechala spins effortlessly amidst her poisoned, stumbling foes, weapons dropping from their nerveless fingers, hearts giving out in sheer despair. So what this really does is this is a special poison, which Dechala and her Marauder Horsemen and Head Riders and Sheriff of Slaaneshi units gets, and she also gains +60 armor piercing weapon damage. Now the eroding poison is a quite the deadly concoction. This is a contact effect which deals damage between 4 and 8, followed by -6 leadership with the regular poison contact effect of -15% in speed, and all types of damage for the enemy. And seeing as her Marauder units, most of them, also gains access to this, makes the Marauders being able to trade up a tier. And with enough traits and buffs from battle skills and other passives, with the Tainted Cup, the devoted Marauders can almost trade equally between themselves and a unit of greatswords. Almost. And greatswords should be a infantry killer. They are elite status, tier 3, heavily armored, armor-piercing anti-infantry unit of the Empire faction. And they should really straight up and kill the devoted Marauders. But with eroding poison followed by some additional buffs, the Marauders can almost trade them equally, which is kinda insane. Now we have Dagger Dance, a hypnotizing gyre of flashing blades too fast to follow, denying any desperate attack and inspiring the Dechala followers to feats of battlefield grace to win their mistress' favor. This grants the Dechala +6 melee defense and the attribute Unyielding Assault, which translates to that her melee attack can't be reduced during battle. And she gains another stance, the Dagger Dance. This provides her with 40 or some much needed armor and a 40 plus, followed by 25% damage resistance. This is essentially ward save of 25%. However, it comes at the cost of being less effective versus infantry, and she deals 25% less damage. But she becomes way more tanky. He becomes way more tanky against all sources of damage. Now, she also has access to the Wages of Sin, which, even though it's a nice, let's say a nice buff for the Marauder units, I don't really believe it's necessary. But you play how you like. I think that with the Tainted Cup and some added other sources of buffs, you can argue that while this is a nice buff for the Marauders, the Marauders of Slaaneshi, they already have gains a considerable buff from the Tainted Cup, so I don't believe it's necessary. However, if you feel like this is a skill that you want, go ahead. You play how you want, okay? You play how you want. Next, we have the Whirlwind of Pleasure. Whether sinuously squeezing the life out of her thralls or rushing gleefully into the fray, Dechala revels in her feats of pain and misery. So she suffers 33% less vigor reduction. She gains 25 flat charge bonus, and the Whirlwind Pleasure. This is a damaging ability around herself. It deals quite the damage, and it affects only the enemies. Full armor piercing damage. 6-meter radius. I think it's standard, but considering her model is she is a large model, she is considered a large unit, so the range is in her base range, I guess, is bigger, I believe, but not necessarily to such an extent that it really matters. Then we have the Mistress of Suffering. While Decala's captives to be have nightmares of the suffering to come, her devoted followers dream of its embrace and willingly forgo comfort and safety on and off the battlefield. Now this is what I am talking about. Some flavor, a good, flavorful, unique, legendary skill. Casualties captured post-battle plus 100%, stacking with her slaves to excess. This allows me to gain quite the number of thralls throughout the game, the playthrough. She also has an additional upkeep for non-demonic units by -10. Enemy. Now this is local region. Enemy leadership -4. So it is not the enemy army which attacks her. It is all armies in the local region. So, getting -4 there allows me to much more quickly initiate wavering leadership, which procs quite the number of abilities for my units, and many of my units also causes fear, and some even causes terror, which provides additional enemy leadership within the area it stacks. But we have the rage for all non-demonic units, which have veterancy status, meaning gold chevrons, rank 7 and above. This provides physical resistance up to 10, followed by leadership up to 8, and melee attack +5. This intensity increases with time spent engaging melee. So not how much damage they take, but how much time they have spent in melee. And it is all non-demonic units. This means that the Chaos Warriors, my Marauders, my Slangors, since they are not demons, even the Chosen of Slaaneshi, and my Champions of Slaaneshi gains access to Rage. Huh? Okay. Even the spawn of Slaaneshi gains access to it. But, huh? I thought that the Excess Incarnate, a body unraveled and a soul detonated by dark sensation upon dark sensation. A withering, gnashing obscenity. So, the spawns is not a demonic unit. Spawn unit is not considered a demonic due to them being a mutated mortal unit. Huh. I see. I see how it is.
They will die
Anyhow,
to witness
soon
me thus.
my champions of Slaaneshi has reached the golden chevron ranks, so they will be able to have rage,
Unfettered pleasure.
followed by slang wars. Now let's have a look here.
What? Who
We
dares
have the
disturb
Yangshi
my
rebels.
great works?
These are part of the vampire counts race. The undead. And they are currently winning versus the Jade Custodians. Strength rank 68, followed by 168. Okay, so they did recently suffer a setback. However, they retains Shinyama's rest. So let's see how this plays out. However, this the situation plays out to the north of me may require me to make certain actions on how I should deal with the Golden Order.
Order and chaos. A vile marriage.
Now,
The frisson of movement.
here you can see they tried to dodge my movement range. However, since I have such a great movement range, I was in range, and they were in force march stance, so they can't flee. So I will just click this button, and thank you for the free experience. And here you can already see 52 units deployed, and I gained 26 plus an additional 7 thralls. Yeah, so the thralls is I believe is way more valuable.
Entrancing, enthralling.
Now I but now I am in force march stance. If I, yeah, I need 2 turns. I need 2 turns regardless. So let me just go here while I'm still leaning in, so I can get some replenishment. And yeah, I am sorry that I am mumbling quite a bit. My apologies. I will speak more clearly. And you have essentially done your work. You have built me a cult. So I do want to deal with Nakai. However, I may need to deal with the Golden Order before I deal with Nakai. Since it may look like the vampire counts, the Yangshi rebels, is in a stalemate versus the Jade Custodians. And once I have killed or I have annihilated the Burning Wing Nomads, Gelt will declare war on me. You could offer him some payment, some gifts, and make him your ally. However, you could also potentially make him your ally through a modicum of, let's say, with a modicum of intimidation through force. Ay, 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 ay. I will upgrade these embattlements. Now you... Here we have another source of rolls. So either you upgrade this to tier 2, potentially tier 3, and you might be needing the watch posts, but the garrison isn't really a necessity, is due to some interactions, which I will talk about. Either you, in my opinion, you only build the toil for some income, since this the regional thrall population will not be funneled to the global thrall pool. They will instead be working themselves to the bone for the glory of for the glory of Slaaneshi and the Dark Prince's wishes and his desires, convoluted desires. You can also questionable. You can exploit the thrall population for some high amount of income generation. However, if you don't want to exploit them with the income, you can build the toll building, which gives you thralls to the global pool, regardless of the thrall population. But as long as the settlement has thralls remaining, I will funnel them towards the global pool by an additional 25 a turn. So while this can be argued to be also essential, you will mainly retain this building once your regional thrall population is depleted. But since the tier 3 building of the toil only provides with 100 income, should the thrall population be depleted, you will regain some passive thralls turn. However, I will. You can do it through this regional panel. This is a nice interface where you can see the status of the thrall population, the expenditure, and the income for the every camp settlements in your kingdom. And you can zoom to the locations, or you can immediately convert them to Tormentors Hold. And here you see if you convert a thrall camp to a Tormentors Hold, all thralls remaining in the region's pool will be lost, and the settlement tier will be dropped by 1 level and a minimum of 1. A further note is that a Tormentors Hold cannot be converted back to a thrall camp. So I will convert the mountain pass to a Tormentors Hold once the population has been depleted, so that I can build a war host fort. Man. Followed by a Ring of Steel, I guess. Or potentially I don't really know. Anyhow, I will move with the Alores. Oh yes, let me go into the...
I serve the Dark Prince.
Here we have the camera settings. Yeah, I thought that I clicked on the unit spell. So here you can see, here you can change the camera settings for yeah, either a specific faction, the allied, or the enemy, or the neutral factions. I do not. I wish to have the animation speed to the fastest, and my lords to be fast. Any neutral faction I will take off. However, you can fast track it by clicking on a faction and then enter a camera setting, and you will immediately gain access to the individual faction of said faction which you currently have selected. So I will remove the camera. However, with this I will keep at medium but at fast. Followed
Do not
by
think that you
oh
can
damn, my bad. I did double click. The Eastern Lords I will keep. I'll just say remain as off.
Mistress of the young.
Slaaneshi's courtesan.
I will
Master,
see here. This is 2 turns, so you know what?
Speak.
I will just disband you.
please no. No.
Long
Yes.
for me.
Yes. Yes. Now my end turns should be much more fluid. Oh, I forgot to check out the Golden Order. My bad. Oh, better to give than receive. Sarandiel, huh? Your champion has served you well, but now desires to become more than a mere concubine. Though they will never be your equal, their craving to dominate others is only to be applauded. So, applause. They must, however, choose a creed. You have the option to select a becoming a disciple of pain, which means that this champion will become an avatar of agony and provides enemy leadership in the local region, a -6 enemy leadership in the local region. This will stack with Decala's -4. So it's already becoming a level of issue for the AI. Or he can become a disciple of pleasure, and he will then instead gain the intoxicating presence with, yeah, I'll just read the tooltip. Just 1 cent, and they would follow you to the world's end and back. This provides all units in the army with additional +6 leadership. However, in a pure Slaaneshi way, followed by the Druki ways, he will be a disciple of pain. Carve the mark of Slaanesh into their hide 600 times over. Yeah, that's quite the tattoo session. Let suffering be their mantra, let pain be their guiding light, and let torment drive them forth. Oh, I discovered the ambush.
Daughter of excess.
Work to do.
Freedom is power. Corruption, seduction.
I am no slave.
Man, I'm warned, turn away. Why do you do me dirty?
The
Guilt.
Lord of Excess reigns
Why do you
supreme.
do me dirty?
Ah, yes. The urge. The Denied One.
My desires are boundless.
A sinuous trail.
So many ideas.
All souls will yield for Slaaneshi.
Merde.
Slither, then slash.
Okay.
I am
So
in the
now
mood for
I will
cunning.
do sort of a unconventional move.
Interference will cost you dearly.
Hopefully,
Pioneer of progress.
okay. Here you can see the movement of Claude
This place
Custerman.
is
Should
barren
he
of
initiate
pleasures.
March Dance, I guess he will have a movement range to about here, or potentially here. I do believe it's here.
Enticing, entrancing, enthralling.
So I will go into an ambush stance here and guard Bamboo
Choking,
Crossing.
lacerating winds.
Hopefully, my building will continue to build despite if Claude Custerman begin to siege Bamboo Crossing,
Interference will cost you
and I will,
I am the Supreme Patriarch.
and hopefully I will.
Heat-addled minds given easily.
How do you say? I will cut Gelt with his pants down. But as you can witness, the success chance is quite
flat,
low.
Dead plains.
However,
You
I do
stand
need to
before
declare
the
war
Supreme.
on him. Sadly, I can't
How low the great
offer
enemy sunk to send you.
the Burning Wing Nomads for
Do
a
not
similar
waste your breath, villain.
diplomacy action, since I am at war with them. So I need to first establish peace treaty and then declare war. But they, as you can see, they almost grants me it. But it's not quite enough, but I don't want to declare a peace treaty with them. I will suffer a diplomacy, a
No
reliability,
sin can be hidden.
what's it called? A reliability. Having a very high reliability maintains a certain level of diplomacy as a passive state. So if I have low reliability, the computer is more inclined to declare war on me, and I won't be able to initiate some deals which could be useful, since they will require a much higher relation, a much higher baseline relation before I can reach the deadline for, let's say, a trade agreement. Getting a non-aggression pact or a trade agreement is your two initial ways of entering diplomacy. You could also offer them gifts, in hopes of gaining enough relations so that you can then initiate a non-aggression pact or a trade agreement. Now, I did not declare war. I made a big woo-woo. I did not declare war on the Golden Order. So my entire strategy of initiating ambush stances was completely scrapped. However, it seemed like he was, despite that, he was intimidated and left. Ah, nice. So now I have a cult magus. She is a unique Slaaneshi cult hero, and I will venture her throughout the Grand Cathay and their lands.
Service me.
This isn't always what you want to do, since you will encounter the factions along the way, and you will then would then have suffer many war declarations or potential war declarations, since you have encountered them, and you would then gain the aversion penalties and whatnot. Now I can finally getting knowledgeable. Sleek is a unique trait for the Slaaneshi faction. So for every faction you have certain unique traits. This is represented by the unique trait image or thumbnail or whatever. Iron Skin, huh? Chaos for Familiar. Icon of Endless War. It is a nice addition, but it requires him to be in melee. So I'm not too tempted. The Burning Body is a you mainly want fire resistance for every hero or unit which has a regeneration or is susceptible to fire damage, meaning that they have a inherent weakness to fire. So in this, so I will take the Iron Skin, mainly for the missile block chance and some added armor. The added mass is just a bonus. However, you could argue that getting the Chaos Familiar as a caster is quite useful as well, since you can just chunk out some spells continuously. I believe getting a Iron Skin versus Chaos Familiar is the better option.
To pleasure and pain.
Since they have access to the Chaos War Shrine. We'll get to it. Essentially, this is a massive model size. This means that they are also very much susceptible to missiles and their missiles damage. So having a passive, this is like an additional Aura of Chaos, but it affects only small arms missile fire, meaning that the cannons will still do almost full damage unless you have some missile resistance, since this decreases the damage of any missile attack. And since I will be playing towards the Chaos War Shrine, a Unmoving Mage is a welcoming addition, since the base health pool of Chaos War Shrine is, as you can see, almost 12k. It's quite a massive health pool. So I will take a Moving Mage, followed by the Lash of Slaaneshi, the Blissful Rapture, and I will talk about the Blissful Rapture and why I prefer Hysterical Frenzy over Purveying of Slaaneshi. So, Hysterical Frenzy. This is an information overload. It is just how I roll. This offers quite a considerable buff for the targeted unit. At the cost of 8, the cooldown is 43 seconds, but the duration is 28. I will make, once I upgrade this to third turn, you will already see that the cooldown is reduced by down to 21 seconds. And the cost will be reduced by 2, but if you overcast, it will be 9 instead. But it will have an extended effect duration from 28 seconds, so the duration will be doubled at the cost of additional cooldown, reserves cost, followed by a miscast chance. And a miscast chance is that you suffer a backlash from the winds of magic, so you take some magical damage-based damage. So already getting a high amount of armor will negate the miscast chance, miscast spell damage, and having some spell resistance will further decrease damage from miscasting. Now, I take Hysterical Frenzy so that I can use the Lash of Slaaneshi, Hysterical Frenzy, so that I can trigger the Blissful Rapture. This is triggered upon casting for a duration of 10 seconds, affecting all allies across the entire battlefield. And it provides with plus 12 melee attack and plus 4 leadership. So you want to proc this as much as possible when you're dealing with a significant force. The plus 12 melee attack for 10 seconds is nothing to scoff at in the grander scene. Hence, you can argue Spellslinger or the other traits for additional cooldowns to spells. However, you are limited by the amount of reserves, which you not only have, and also you need to channel your reserves to the active spell pool in a similar way that the Thrall population works with this faction. But you can sort of bypass that restriction with a Arcane Conduit, for example. Or other items or skills which provides power recharge. This is why Arcane Conduit is very much useful. You get where I'm going.
What I want, I must.
So once more, I will initiate a ambush, since I can't really reach the bamboo crossing. I will initiate a ambush.
Free to roam. Free
And
to
you will also go into an ambush stance.
Contain myself.
And it will be a tier 3 unit, tier 3 building. I'm happy.
Patience now, pleasure soon.
Oh yeah, the cultist. So I will take Sleek.
Name it, and it shall be done.
Now you have access to the gates at rank 13. So this is 15, 13, this is rank 9, 8, 7. So I'll do this. Now,
how should
Sleek
I debase myself?
gives all the speed plus 6% speed for the hero for the entire hero's army, and glorious charge for the hero. Glorious charge means that when charging into an enemy unit, the charge bonus duration is doubled, and the enemy take a leadership penalty as if they have been attacked in the flank. This is what a glorious charge means. So once you... I don't really know how long the charge duration lasts, the charge bonus duration lasts, but I reckon it's close to the first few seconds once the charge animation stops for the unit, for the entire unit. So they will have a unit's melee attack and damage increased when charging by 45. I think, potentially. I'm not really sure. I'm not quite sure. But they will deal way more damage essentially, and for a duration. So while getting glorious charge on this unit is not as good, it does since you will yeah, it's something at least. It's something. Mainly I use it for the speed, since the mortal units require speed. I am a melee heavy race, so and furthermore my Slangors and my demons are way faster than my mortals, so they need to catch up, which is why speed is king for the Slaaneshi race. There is another trait which is also unique to Slaaneshi, and it is called the Depraver. It means that they gain they cause additional chaos corruption, additional Slaaneshi corruption, I mean, followed by their you could potentially see, nope, followed by the contact effect of Charmed, which my greater exalted demonettes of Slaaneshi have. And another one, yes, let me see here. You increase effect range of the locust abilities, but only the herald. The locust abilities is only accessible through the herald of Slaaneshi units, and potentially the exalted keeper of secrets lord, which we will get to. So basically, once a herald reaches a rank of 15, you will have the option to ascend her into becoming a demon of exalted keeper of secrets, which is the greater demon of Slaaneshi, sort of like the Slaaneshi incarnation upon the mortal plane, on the mortal plane. However, this will make it so that the trait will be randomized, and he will retain half of her experience as a cost. But she will keep any other traits. Any earned traits will be kept, but her character trait will be re-rolled into a random one. This is also why I choose the Perfectionist.
Long for me in terror. I yearn for
Valiant defeat now. Let me see here. Yeah, the Onyx Crossbowmen, they have magical attacks. Yeah, I see. They have quite the weapon strength, followed by being magical attacks. Now, magical attacks means that they will bypass the physical resistance. Bypassing the physical resistance, and they do a fair bit of damage, mainly the armor piercing side. So the Marauders of Slaaneshi will take full amount of damage since they have 15 armor and their physical resistance will be negated will be bypassed by the magical attacks of the Onyx Crossbowmen. This is actually quite a garrison.
with malice.
I yearn for it, but not yet. Slaaneshi Herald.
I will be needing my Herald greatly, since she is my main spellcaster. However, I now have access to Titanic Exhalation. Now, why do I have access to this? This comes from the dizzying battlements, since you are offered the army ability for all your armies in both this province and in adjacent provinces. This will allow you to summon a giant spawn of giant chaos spawn of Slaaneshi anywhere on the battlefield as long as you can target a enemy unit. It will deal some damage while summoning, during the summoning. And this is also a garrison building, meaning that your tower projectiles will be increased. Your walls, towers, and gatehouses will gain a increase in health. your armies in the region will gain additional leadership and some action chance, but also a nice addition is the defensive supplies. Now this has been buffed by quite a significant amount, which I believe is a very good decision by CA. So from the core building you have 1k supplies, and through the garrison buildings you have additional defensive supplies. Should I be in a siege, I will showcase this, the defensive supplies and its significant, and its significance. Man, that's a lot of S's.
Courting corruption.
Now you are, yes, you are the caster,
A
so I will
waste of
move you towards the front.
Submission?
You are also
cannot move.
a
No,
hero, which I
must
will
decline.
require to be embedded. Let's see here. Oh yes, opened eyes. Sure, let's take it. We recruit him immediately.
Master of dark magic, sweet
You will
decadence.
be my agent. So you will be called
Dark magic
Garalus
is but a means to delightful ends.
agent. So you will be stealing the technology from the Tower of Ashong, and since I also have a cult, if I have a hero present in this region, I will be gaining additional +5 rolls a turn. So I will gain a passive 15 rolls a turn while this cult is alive. Should I have enough Slaaneshi corruption? However, this might be quite the task. Since this offers -4 corruption, I need a considerable amount of Slaaneshi corruption so that I can start to corrupt this this province. And so, what does Slaaneshi corruption provide? This enables attrition for every non-chaos worshipping armies, and you will have way higher chance, quite a significant chance for the destroyed demons of Slaaneshi to be restored after the battle, followed by them gaining their hit points back should they be restored. It also provides with a control of +10, which is nothing to scoff at, followed by income from buildings +10%, and the corrupt unit maximum favor spent all armies in province, and all other types of corruption will be -5. This is a nice economic corruption. Not really a, let's say, a offensive one. More, it is mainly on the economic side. Now, what does the control provide? Should you have maximum amount of control, you will gain some campaign line of sight for settlements, additional growth, and the people will not like that you have absolute control, so it will be balanced out to the point, and you gain a recruitment cost reduction of -5. This is not so powerful, so you can basically ignore the control as long as you stay on the insecure or steady. So with the Slaaneshi corruption, you will, despite playing on the legendary campaign difficulty, if you have enough Slaanesh corruption, you would basically suffer from no rebellions.
Courting
But the rebellions could be a nice source of experience and income, since every, particularly the Chaos factions, the Warriors of Chaos, Demons of Chaos, and the Nurgle Scene Slaanesh and Khorne, one of their main income is the income from post-battle loot. So you could farm your rebellions for EXP and cash. Anyhow, we have a valiant defeat on our hands and quite the sizable siege. Let's scout the terrain. And they have a lot of crossbows. And here we have a dedicated, good enough unit to attack my champions of Slaanesh, since they have a solid amount of armor piercing weapon damage followed by the bonus versus large. So bonus large is this unit inflict additional damage and has an increased chance of hitting enemies that are considered large. Yeah, so the bonus versus X is as I imagined, getting higher chance to hit and dealing additional damage. So my champions of Slaanesh will not really enjoy fighting the Jade Warriors of Halberds. There are, however, not many of them, thankfully, but the amount of crossbows is substantial, so I am hesitant to engage through this channel. However, I do have a rolling waste, so maybe I should just... You'll come in at 2 minutes after, huh? You know what, I will fight. Regardless, I will fight this battle. I will enjoy the challenge provided. But they have a significant amount of units and enough melee units to bug down my melee. However, they were outside of the settlement. The halberdiers. No, this is the garrison. So only the Lord Meld. Yes,
champion.
I do know some French.
Is weakness.
Marauders!
Clover ones.
Demonettes! Sin and depravity!
Spearmen! Slaaneshi crossbows.
Let's see if I can fool the AI.
A capricious decision.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Spearmen!
Endless craving! Souls for Slaanesh!
Beastman. chaos.
I do believe they can reach this. They can use their pocket ladders.
Druki anointed.
So why am I putting my army here? If I put some of my most elite units here, and this is also quite the significant amount, I am hopeful that the AI will think that I will initiate a siege here, but I will just move them
Regale me.
to the right hand side, and they would need to go all the way back and then up the path, down through this narrow corridor, and go into this main battlefield courtyard. So, or I will send some demonettes potentially to the left hand side, which I actually might be inclined. Yes, I will do so. I will use my demonettes as a left-handed force, yeah, left flanking force, and do the same. So I will try and manipulate the AI's deployment. Let me just start the battle and see what they do. So I will immediately begin to use my ladders. Oof! Man, they have already suffered quite... Yeah, as you can see, they have already suffered quite the amount of damage. All three of the crossbowman units did.
Demonettes, the deepest pleasure.
So now I will just go here.
Marauders of Slaaneshi, feeding our addiction.
Okay, they can actually initiate... Okay, I see. I see how it is. I will immediately make use of my spells.
True servant of darkness. Demonettes, the debauched ones.
Demonettes!
Slaaneshi crossbows. Marauders!
Okay.
Seeking Slaaneshi's embrace.
I will wait with my
Dechala.
summon.
I honed for murder.
To satisfy the cravings.
Ah, the AI has bugged out. I so much hate them. Hate when that happens.
Slaaneshi's sword of night.
Okay.
Without pause.
Please. Hug the wall. I will go up here.
Slay them!
Serving the pact.
Seeking Slaaneshi's embrace.
Slaaneshi
How
crossbows.
fares?
I breathe in the winds.
Subserviently.
How fares my flank?
Supple servants of Slaanesh.
As you can see, they are moving. So while my manipulation did work,
The sweep of blood. A killing thirst.
Rapturous fury. Ha!
Agonizing anticipation.
To the next victory!
Slaaneshi crossbows.
okay, the amount of crossbow fire is significant.
Avatar.
I'm finally able to make use of my. So here I overcast for some much needed damage. They are mainly crossbows, so I will finally I will finally summon the giant spawn, and immediately you can see they suffered a great amount of damage.
Writhing in anticipation.
Okay,
a
come
more
on.
intimate spot.
Now this should spark, hopefully spark my.
The umbral cloud.
Yeah, as you can see, he is suffering from a significant amount of damage, but
I
he
throng
is
with
performing
anticipation.
his function quite well.
A rite of pleasure! For Slaaneshi,
Bringers of joyous degradation.
Druki anointed. More! More!
Sworn servants, make them submit.
Resistance does not amuse me. Dechala.
Marauders of Slaaneshi!
Marked by Slaaneshi.
Slaaneshi crossbows.
Marauders! Quench the thirst!
Trouble servant.
Decadence and subjugation! Torture is rapture!
Finally, I can use her.
Marauders of Slaaneshi!
We crave more. Such torturous suspense.
Death through sensation!
There we flit.
Now I will.
There we flit.
Yeah, the peasant archers has nothing against my units. Come on now, come on girl.
Seeking fresh pleasures.
Why are you moving there? Oh yes, I will take in the whirlwind pleasure. Oh yeah, she just strictly killed the entire.
Dance. Let the mask be jealous.
Slaaneshi crossbows.
We hunt murderous cravings.
I am the gloaming!
Her allure unrivaled. We go. Decadent seekers. Gouged and begun.
Okay, the Jade Warrior should have been annihilated.
Dechala.
A captivating path.
Okay, here I will make a nice overcast.
Purest sensation!
Oof, yes, I almost decimated their entire unit. Come on now. Come on, I gotcha.
A capricious decision.
Ready and willing.
The pangs of suffering!
It is quite a significant amount of units there as well.
Our blades are ready.
No, I will
Novelty
just.
drives me.
Bring us souls! Without question! We must!
Okay, how fares? Yes, the AI girls, the Cathay do enjoy their screams.
Decadent seekers, the debauched ones.
How fares you? You are now okay. I will go here and then here, followed by the Kala. They have built some platforms, so I will bog down the enemy.
Of torment. Let us slaughter.
I don't really want my champion Slaaneshi to
Manifested.
attack the lords, since they have they are quite useful at dealing versus some high HP units, so I will refrain from using them versus the lords.
Taking violence.
And they are being focused down. I can't quite the man. You know what? I will just continue.
affliction.
Darkest winds blow!
Oh yes. They have soon.
Decadence flow like wine, bringing agony.
Move with grace.
They are completely ignoring.
Marauders!
Spreading temptation.
Okay, no, go there.
Lacerate them!
I go! Perfectly.
So here,
altered.
if you hold shift and yeah, whatnot.
Power fills me.
What? Where are you going? Ah, yeah, I see. And here you can see, I have 2 units of Slaaneshi spears, which are just, yeah, they're doing their own thing. Followed by Dechala. Okay, you know what? Let's retreat with my demonettes, since I don't really want to getting them killed.
Abuse the broken.
Slaaneshi crossbows.
Kill with pleasure.
Willing slaves!
Let's
They cannot
try
elude
to
us.
Herald moving.
get them. So my
Death through sensation.
okay, let's move you
Sin.
there.
Flow like wine.
So I will manipulate the AI to
Dechala.
attack. Oh yes, 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 yes. Finally I'm through. I am finally through.
Lacerate them. Finality.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Slaaneshi champions. Shred them.
So my
Pain is a gift.
flanking maneuver paid off, since they have dedicated 1, 2, 3 units, 4, potentially even 5 units to deal with my demonettes.
My sword
This
is
allows
ready.
me to deal with to conquer this minor supply location, and once I have conquered it, all their towers and barricades will immediately be demolished.
Marauders of Slaanesh!
Tear throats!
A journey to pleasure.
Emperor
Captivating and horrifying. Without question.
Whim guide me.
Find them.
And I will make use of the Slaanesh inherent Slaanesh speed. What they are? Okay, It's my towers.
Marauders!
Savor the supremacy.
A supple advance.
The purple herald.
What are you doing? Why are you janking out, bro?
Scintillating motion.
Let's go there and then go there.
Demonettes.
And once I have taken the minor supply station, I will move. Okay, it is locked through here. And once I have gained the minor supply location, I will start to gain momentum. So I will.
Surging on. Sweetest suffering. His will eclipses all. Torture them. Slaaneshi's burning kiss.
You are quite healthy, followed by you.
For Slaanesh
So every healthy unit, I will allow them to keep on fighting. And now the losses has begun. But here we see. Where? Okay, I guess it's because they wanted to. Yeah.
Blazing
Never mind.
speed.
Never mind. they did their services. Whew.
Depravity
This was a semi-close battle, or it might even be considered a Pyrrhic victory.
Bend to our will.
So my flanking force did their fulfill their main mission
Grace.
of manipulation, and since I deployed here, I did manipulate the AI to basically half of their army was delayed, meaning that I could deal with the main siege part of the battle quite easily, or I mean, way easier. Should I not have done it and went full-on front assault here, I do believe that I might have even lost this fight.
Dechala.
Pyrrhic victory. Whew! What a fight. And furthermore, you could witness the devotee of Slaaneshi crossbows having both dodge, which is physical, represented by the physical resistance. They also have 25 missile resistance, meaning that every missile from the crossbows will deal 45% reduced damage. So the crossbows did tank quite a considerable amount of missile fire, as did the champions of Slaaneshi. Oh yes. I could subjugate them and keep them as a vassal, which could actually be a consideration, however you want to play. But they will most likely lose to the Jade Custodians or the Golden Order, and I want income. So I will occupy the Bamboo Crossing as a fall camp.
Eyes down. You shall not look up.
Ah yes, another master painter. Nice. And Victor Cathay, this is a trait which you have gained once you have achieved a certain amount of victory over the versus the faction, the X faction, meaning that this trait can be gained versus every faction. Even she gained it. I have now secured the province and I have maintained control of 2 provinces, so I completed this mission. They are now destroyed. Okay, I have returned. 16. Yes, it's made some notes
Slave of
where I can
intelligence.
edit out the pauses.
Mistress of the young.
So that was quite the battle, huh?
The
No, I
perfect
don't have.
prince prevails.
I have a certain amount of hours played in this game. However, they could be considered rookie numbers, since this is a massive game with high replayability, and if you don't pay as much of attention as some, you will have a very nice experience.
Power is freedom.
Now, while I also have a nice experience, I choose to ignore certain bugs, let's say.
Enticing. Entrancing.
But since despite the bugs, I am enjoying it very much so, and it is also one of the reasons why I as began my humble way of playing and recording.
This is not the
Um,
promised
so,
access.
Geld, you
You
are
stand
strength rank
before the
62. I
Supreme
am
Patriarch
a bit
like an
reduced,
ant
but it's
before
due
the
to my
descending boot.
practically my only source of strength rank is slightly damaged. So he is strength rank 62, so I guess he has
Pioneer of progress.
I believe his either third or fourth army on the way. Yeah, the AI sheets.
Master of dark magic.
But such is the way. Such is the way. Now I will upgrade to tier 3 so that I can upgrade to Fraudport, and mainly gain access to the exalted demonettes of Slaaneshi.
I wish to rearrange your body.
Okay, he has declared war on me. That didn't happen during my test run. Neither did it happen during my first attempt at recording, but I had to scrap my entire recording session of 9.5 hour footage. I had to scrap
The cold
due to me recording at a much higher bitrate and whatnot, a much higher quality and bitrate, which meant that my voice was lagging. It was lagging quite much.
Sweet decadence.
Now you could argue if I didn't made a hero action versus the Defenders of the Great Plan,
Pursue your every whim and desire.
would it still trigger him to declare war on me? Perhaps. Perhaps not. He is still fighting the Eastern River Lords, but the Eastern, I guess, due to the Eastern River Lords being at war with both Clan Eshen and Dead Flag Fleet, I guess he saw me as a juicy target. They are currently, I believe they are currently under... Are they on the siege? Perhaps. They might be on the siege. I'm not quite sure. However...
Want contract.
My
yeah.
divine master.
Ah yes, I am your divine master.
You have words. Snitch has ears. Yes, yes, many ears.
Okay, Snickich is on the warpath. Hopefully he will...
Darkness comes. What? Who dares
No.
disturb my
No,
great works?
no. Man.
The sea's deathly embrace.
You stand before the Supreme Patriarch like an
I am
ant
considered...
before the descending boot.
Uh-huh. If I offer them to join war against Spirit of the Jungle for 3.7k, they will join my war. Since most likely Yangshi rebels will declare war on me, meaning that I don't have the military of dealing with both the Yangshi rebels and the Spirit of the Jungle. So if he joins my war against them, he is unlikely to declare war on me, since he will already be at war. Since he already be at war with one, followed by me gaining relations whenever, since I will be dealing with the Spirit of the Jungle due to my actions and whatnot.
I will.
Since already you can see they have approved the war and the actions versus them. I might even offer a small gift.
On it. Freedom is
Now, should I lose Bamboo Crossing, it doesn't really matter.
Yes. The urge. Daughter of excess.
With joy. Gratification must be delayed. Most privileged of Slaaneshi.
Feasters of pain. The more we do it,
The cult yearns us move.
Hastening the path of pleasure.
Ah,
Sister of
Let's-
delight.
bring you back.
Mistress
So,
of the Tormentors.
I have the Avengers assembled.
Savor the bliss of its
The Alores provides training, increased training for the army, while she has access to the shadows, which I and they offer some smoke and mirrors. And here you can see another speed stat being the turn speed, which I refer to rotation vector. Is also a hidden stat. However, what I like about the shadows is the Meltcast Mystifying Miasma, which is a single target spell for a unit. The minus speed is just a addition, but the main thing is that it is a targeted damage spell of a low cost of 6. Fairly decent cast rate, being that the cooldown lasts is only 29 seconds. You also have gained the Smoky Mirrors whenever you cast, and it lasts for 24 seconds, which is a high duration, but it is balanced since it only provides speed, turn speed, and charge speed. Once more, you have another hidden stat being charge speed. Well, no, you have witnessed it through the sweetness thing from Slaaneshi. You have access to Enfeebling Foe, which is a nice debuff versus any unit. However, since it also debuffs the melee defense and melee attack, it is balanced through a low duration time. You have an upgraded version, which doubles the duration. But you have one of the iconic spells from the Lore Shadows is the Penumbral Pendulum. This is a nice damage wind, which has a with radius 4 meters. Shield wind has a radius of 6 meters, so not as high of a radius as the Shield wind. However, it does considerably more damage, but it is a armor piercing and magical base. Since it's a wind, the range is still quite big. And then you have access to the Pit of Shades, which is I will showcase you the spells. However, she also... Oh, okay. My bad, my apologies. The Aloris also has access to the Locus spells. So it is the Heralds, the faction, the faction specific I guess you can say faction specific hero. Yeah, I forgot about them. Which is, she is a greater demon. She is a exalted. No, she is a greater demonette. Yes, she is. No, she is a exalted demonette hero.
Long for me in
So you can say a champion exalted demonette. which would translate to them her being a Loris. Cyber resistance and charge bonus for the demonettes in the army and the exalted ones. Or frenzy. Oh, it's frenzy for the chariot. Along with herself. Or she gains ward save and vanguard deployment. She has access to exalted seeker chariot. They look badass. You do need to babysit it quite a lot in order for this chariot to be effective. She is both a caster and a fighter hero and training. She has also assault garrison, assassinate, and assault units, meaning that she is also a harasser hero. So you could build her in quite a number of ways. However, since I already have a caster, which should be my main caster, I am more inclined to go the fighter route.
Power is freedom.
Artisan of pain. Such wondrous suffering this will bring.
Now, I might actually cancel the ritual arena.
For the Dark Lord's pleasure.
Since I am not aware of where he is, I will hopefully. No, okay. Let's take. Let's see if I can do it like this. Spirit of the Jungle, camera settings, no. Okay, let me search through them. I want the search bar! This is Eastern River Lords. Their turn is quicker. There's the Golden Order. Okay, I will keep you at medium now. Slaaneshi, Blessed Dread. There we have the Spirit of the Jungle. Okay, I'll pick you as normal so that I can see where he is. Let's see, he is not in Daisheng, nor he's not in the Serpent Estuary. And he is not garrisoning the Shiwu. He might be going for the hidden landing, which means that I will cancel Ritual Arena. This is what it meant.
Has the perfect prince forsaken us?
Huh. So I guess my plan of siphoning some research and some devotees didn't really pay off in the long run. It is still quite a nice addition. Anyhow, let's end the turn and see what happens. Now, my main army, followed by the reinforcement lord, is a significant threatening force during this time. And hopefully Gelt will not stab me in the back. Furthermore, I am quite curious. Okay. Your vintners have perfected a sumptuous new wine, one that both has flavor to make all others seem bland by comparison and can bring about rapturous, screaming delirium with but a sip. How best to employ this irresistible brew? I could share it amongst my concubines. Your pleasure toys will rhapsodize about the drink's wondrous qualities to their countless other partners. Soon enough, all will beg to join your cause, hoping for a taste of their own. Should I require this event, I will gladly welcome it. However, I will sell it to the highest bidder for some nice favor. The first taste is free. All others come at a heart-stopping cost. But rest assured, all who sample this incomparable wine will gladly, desperately pay any price for more of it. Oh yes. As I feared, Jade Custodians is no more, meaning that most likely vampire counts will soon attack, declare war on me. However, I don't really care, since I will most likely lose the Bamber Crossing, which I am quite happy about. And you will soon know the reason.
Legion is unsatisfied. A sinuous trail, craving pleasure. No structure withstands
Another failure,
my
however,
magic.
you did succeed
Corruption.
before. So let me partake in a spread corruption.
Debauchery beckons.
I am too curious where is this lizard?
Needs are unmet. Depravity reigns.
Freedom is power. Marching is torment. Is it not?
Why would
Is
I
here.
dirty my hands with the likes of
145 strength rank. He has 104. So either he suffered a setback, or he just
How
defeated
low
an
the
army.
great enemy has sunk to send you.
But yes, I need to pay more attention to the strength rank.
Paint it purple.
Now you are starting to
A
approve.
face such as yours would make for an interesting gilded statue. I have a spell for that, you know.
I could wait a turn for a small gift and try to be a bit greedy with both my gifts, since the larger his treasury, the higher the gifts, the higher requirement of the tiers of gifts is necessary. So the more I give, the larger his treasury will be, and it will just be an endless loop. However, regardless of the amount from the small, medium, or large gifts, they have a fixed amount of relationship gains, which is further being reduced due to the aversion.
We are denied pleasure.
I am a bit tempted to upgrade this, since I want the access to the salt. Should I have access to any trade resource, I while maintaining my reliability, with enough relations, I could potentially eventually start a trade agreement with Golden Order.
Do I please you?
Ah, I forgot about the Cold Magus. Melt. Whatever. It is not as... One turn or less turn. One less turn doesn't really matter in the grand scheme.
Very salacious.
Oh yes,
Pleasure.
salacious, huh?
For pleasure's sake.
For pleasure's sake.
The
Let's
prince
begin
guides
and
us.
travel towards Nangao or the Weijin. These are the let's see. Weijin is de facto race capital of Grand Cathay. This is where the imperial family exists, which is represented by a special landmark. Then you have the, I guess you can say, the forges of Nangao, which is where the main weaponry equipment of Grand Cathay is produced, and the main supplier of equipment for the Great Bastion of Cathay. Since beyond this Great Wall, you have the Chaos Wastes. This is where you could say, where the realm of chaos really begins, really start to begin, and the veil between the realms begins to fade. So yeah, and this is a rich settlement, and this is also a rich settlement. So I want to
Slaaneshi's
establish a
courtesan.
unique cult, which should provide me with some much needed cash.
Pleasure in all things.
Now you still have run one turn for
Relish in languor.
of increased research rate, providing provider. So huh. Now this is also a
Sweat glistens most
decent
enticingly.
garrison, huh? The jungles of Qian. I might have butchered it. So we have a Glade Guard with Hag. These are the Wood Elven faction. They are also considered corrupted, which is represented by the malevolent Dryads, Treekin, and Treeman. And here you can see they have a inherent fire weakness. minus 25. So should I have any flaming attacks, they will be 25% more effective. Here we have the Blessing of Ancients. This is a passive. Which can be mainly found at the Ancient Treeman. Perhaps some other Wood Elven Lord has access to it, but I am not. I have yet to play as the Wood Elf faction, so I am not entirely sure. But the 20% spell mastery basically means, as long as he's in a forest, that makes his spells 20% more effective. How adept this unit is at casting spells. I believe that's the... You have spell mastery followed by spell intensity, which is 2 sources of effects which can 2 sources of buffs for the spells.
The prince. March!
Sister of delight.
Courtesan of the pleasure god.
Power is freedom. Burning heed and lust.
Anyhow, let's just jump straight in. Oh yeah, I have access to the marks of vindictiveness. So these are a part of the Tormentors gifts. They are effectively for every purchase it is a free time use potion, or in this case mark, which provides some additional bonuses or effects which might be required to turn the tide of battle. This is quite a considerable garrison, and also the first time where I will be facing the Lizardmen. So I will fight a manual battle here, and hopefully I will gain some thralls. Now I could have demolished my cult building, which provides thralls for some spare cash, but I don't really care that much. I want to gain more thralls. Now this is a minor settlement, and it has quite the defensive position.
My spine shivers.
And I have so many. Okay, let me instead put you to great use here.
Pain and despair!
Sorcerer of Slaaneshi.
We crave more.
Bring us souls!
Dechala, Make it so, Tormentors.
Skin cohorts is nothing.
Pinnacle of
They are essentially a better version of goblins. They are also skin cohorts, so I will immediately charge.
Slaaneshi champions.
See me come.
Our master asks!
Frenzied fire!
More! More!
Harbinger of hedonism.
Slaaneshi
Yeah,
crossbow.
hedonism. You might have witnessed through my through some tool tips and whatnot that Slaaneshi he has a certain ideology.
Sorcerer of Slaanesh.
Behold magnificence!
Yes.
Sorcerer of Slaanesh.
Oh,
Innocence.
Source Warriors, huh? Followed by a Feral Best still on, huh? So they are taking some major damage through the Feral Bastillodon. Okay. The Source Warriors also does a significant amount of damage.
Ready and willing.
So I guess they have
see.
reached a...
Hear the discordant choir.
Let's... I should have used it on the Source Warriors instead. Ah, no, I guess it works. It worked on them as well, huh? Okay.
Of course!
Slaaneshi crossbows.
Orgasmic agony!
Novelties
Yeah, or
await.
yes.
Hunting
I
for
guess we
prey.
yes.
Precious
Or orgasmic it was. Now they are suffering some losses. Come on now, giant spawn. Do your worst. You are taking a considerable amount of damage, so
fluid in motion.
I will overcast
Dark magic is mine to
on
command.
the Source Warriors, and hopefully it should suffice. Yes,
With
it
elegance
did.
and style.
To satisfy the cravings.
Kill! Kill!
I breathe in the winds!
Favored champion. Your claws dance. Your fangs sing.
Let's just immediately use this so that she can immediately try to kill the Stegodon.
Marked by
Okay, you have done well. You are... Come on, you should actually be winning that fight.
Dechala.
His will eclipses all!
Finally.
Closer. Closer.
I go!
The pact requires it!
My spine shivers.
Let's just get a move on. You have proven yourself quite
Writhing in
useful.
anticipation, I seek.
I hold
He has
murder.
barely taken any damage.
Sensations
He is also
must
quite fast,
flow
so I will move you
with
to the flank.
she is favored.
No. Yes, fall back. Fall back.
Avatar of
I will put a unit of spears here and hopefully trigger the AI.
Ready and willing.
Dechala.
Attack.
This is the Mystify Miasma.
Generous target practice.
It only affects up to 25 entities, but the damage stacks. The damage stacks up.
Souls for Slaaneshi!
So I use my very fast demonic steed to immediately secure the minor supply location so that I can begin to stack up my momentum.
Agonizing and
I did call
Slaaneshi champions! Our blades are ready!
oh yeah, oh, I forgot about these guys. Oh, there you can see they suffered some huge charge damage. Since I guess the pleasure for pain. Oh. That was a nice, decent charge. So even though they were, they are considered anti-infantry, with enough of melee attack and enough charge and decent enough of armor piercing weapon damage, if you can charge a large unit, they will take significant damage. And my mistake of not using the demonettes.
A dance of pain.
Anyhow, it was a nice victory. They barely did any damage to towards my Druki. Since I guess you could say my elite right flank forces did suffer. They performed quite well. Except maybe for him. But clearly there was some guys with a nickname of who has played League, who is efficient at kill stealing. If I create a vassal, will I retain my cult? I'm quite curious.
Master will become
Yes.
servant.
Yes. Dark Seer.
Nice.
Burning heed and lust.
Always ready for a headbutting contest.
Nice. So, yes.
Wind wielder.
He has no diplomatic contact with these guys. However, should he encounter them, I will immediately suffer a relation penalty due to him not really approving, since neither of them approve each other. So here you can see an indication. So hopefully you guys, the Wormkin, will remain on the eastern side.
I craved that pitiful
Right, fellas?
My power
I forgot.
for his
Let me
glory.
upgrade my other. You are rank 14, huh?
Mistress of the Tormentors.
3 points for 15 armor. She desperately needs armor, so I guess I will go thick skin. Even though melee defense is the king of stats, she really needs armor, so thick skinned it is.
Daughter of excess.
Now I will save all your skill points.
Power is freedom.
And here I will take the Slaaneshi Soul Feeder. Mainly because this is a source of regeneration. It triggers when casting, lasts for 9 seconds, and it provides me with a percentage base heal per second for the duration. And no cooldown. So, once I am in a Chaos War Shrine, the Soul Feeder will do wonders. Oh, yes, he also has the Alluring Energy for additional speed and charge bonus for the hero army. This is a nice addition. I might have taken this, however, since I am aware that the AI do like to prioritize both the sorceresses, and especially if he is in a big model as the Chaos War Shrine, the Soul Feeder is quite necessary.
Yes.
And they are now my vassal, so I am still inside of, I am in allied lands, so I can replenish.
I bid you march. Why, yes.
Soon,
Huh?
I promise.
Okay.
Soon. I am made whole.
Finally, I can upgrade this to a Wing of Indulgence, which allows me to recruit tier 3.
We desire more.
Okay, let me upgrade the Asylum of Craftsmanship. Hopefully I can keep up with the regional, I can exploit the Thrall population.
What? Who?
Okay, they are now, they declared war on, they are at war with Western provinces, so they are very unlikely to declare war on me. And
stand before the
will...
Supreme Patriarch like an ant before the descending.
I will wait a turn.
Revel in blistering pain. Sister of delight.
Oh yes, did I have... Oh yes, I have some... I have some... Let me just straight away fuse these two items. Yeah, well, it is quite useful, and since I am a demon, considered a demon faction. So what this provides, some leadership or size. They did buff this, so it is more useful. Let me put it that way. It's more useful. However, the Crown of Command, for duration of 30 seconds, the target gains Unbreakable, which means that they do not suffer from any form of leadership loss and will never out. Meaning, this means that
I serve the Dark Prince.
that every demonic unit which has suffered enough damage will suffer from the demonic instability followed by the banished, which is, as you can clearly see, quite the debuff. If you trigger demonic instability, they will most likely be banished, which means that they will most likely be killed. So, having a Crown of Command offering a Unbreakable could save a potential hero or demonic unit. So it remains. It is useful. Let me put it. Let me put it that way. Now we have Spell Shield and Charm Shield. Charm Shield is a nice weapon, nice armor, since it has a nice active. However, the duration is only for 17 seconds, but it provides some missile block chance and 20% damage ward save, which is damage resistance, and 7 melee defense. This is a very good armor for being a common, a tier 1 item. Spell Shield is in a similar fashion. However, it provides a spell resistance, which is mostly most useful for the casters, since the miscast, should your caster miscast, the damage is a spell. However, I want to fuse. Oh, and I gained Wear Plate. Oh yes! It surface alive with coruscating patterns. Many attacks against the Weaver of this harness somehow never happen. Yeah. 15 ward save with, yeah, you know, damage resistance. Nice. And we have the Opal Amulet. For 6 melee defense and the ability to gain 20 ward save for 22 seconds. The Opal Amulet can grant its wearer a life-saving second chance, but suffers a hairline fracture in its previously perfect surface as a result. Even though this may indicate that you have limited amount of uses, it does not. It's just a flavor text. Since so you can just click this button how many times you want. And getting melee defense, 72 melee defense is already, it's above average, since I don't have any fighter traits, any fighter skills currently.
I require no adornments.
My divine master.
Okay, let me just end the turn here and see. I guess nothing really happened. I don't really understand why Nakai would declare war on me if he isn't ready to assault straight away. I'm not quite sure why the AI behaved in such a manner.
Further.
You know what, I will wait to gain a... Oh, yes. He began a construction.
Bereavement serves a family well.
So, if you are allies, defensive allies, you have the option of war coordination. This is a way of you deep scanning, and since you you already noticed, I now know where Nakai lies. So he lies in the province of Li Shu. So I will accept this mission. I have 3 turns remaining. I have 3 turns remaining to accept. However, now, for as long as he remains alive, I can just click this button and I will be directed to his army location.
Where is he?
I have my own spying satellite, you...
Servant of desire, sowing chaos.
Yes.
Their pitiful walls will crumble.
Another failure, huh? Now, I
face such as
will
yours would
offer
make for an
another
interesting gilded
gift
statue.
I will.
to keep him happy. Even though my income is low, I barely need it. I mainly need frauds for Gateway to College. So, the outposts. You might have seen that should I build an outpost in the Tower of Fashung, I can recruit a certain amount of... I can recruit any units he can recruit. Yes. However, there are some different rules depending on which faction that you can... Yeah. In 90% of cases, it remains the same. As long as he has the ability to recruit them, you can recruit them. However, it is not the same should you, for example, be a Warriors of Chaos faction and you establish enough diplomatic relation that you can construct an outpost on the a demonic settlement, a demonic faction settlement. However, this might have changed since I don't
obey and die.
Since you can say that I don't pay enough attention
Most privileged
towards
of
the CA's updates. And it seems that, yeah. And yes, so, and should you build an outpost, you will also increase the garrison by your factions, some of your factions troops. So he now is building a Norscan outpost. So my garrison will gain additional units, which is quite a welcoming addition. Meaning that once I reach tier 3, Demonettes, Devoted Marauders, Devoted Spears, and 2 units of Hell's Riders, followed by additional 3 Demonettes, 1 Hell Scourges, and another Slaaneshi, Hell's Rider Slaaneshi, Hell Scourges. It will become quite the garrison, mainly due to the Demonettes. However, should the attacking army have any sort of mage, a high-ranking mage, I will suffer some... I could potentially lose. But since I have defensive supplies, which you have encountered a bit through the... during the big siege assault on Bamboo Crossing and Tower Ashong, with defensive supplies, you can build certain defensive structures, meaning
to make all the world such as this.
Why did I? Why did you immediately went for this? I should have been paying more attention. Anyhow, yes, you can build certain amount of defensive buildings, such as towers, barricades, or traps, which provide either buffs to your units or some debuffs to the enemy. Yeah, you can either build a trap, a blockade, a shrine, or I guess you can call it a shooting platform. I don't really know. And towers, and the towers have 4 tiers. The higher the tier, the bigger impact, followed by additional cost. Oh yeah, he just immediately spawned with a. He recruited a ton of units straight out of his. Yeah. Sandman, huh? Hitting landing. In dreams, the perfect prince touches every mind, granting fevered visions of their darkest desires. The strongest are buoyed by these indescribable peaks of sensation. Awakening fulfilled like never before. But the weakest cannot endure. Their spent, desiccated forms crumble, and the very land feeds upon their tormented souls. So for 6 turns, Hidden Landing gains additional Slaaneshi corruption. However, it doesn't really matter, as I have already maximum amount. And yes, I do change my dialect naturally. Don't ask me why. I just do. Let me. Yes.
Weakening their defenses. Courting corruption.
The sweet pain of sand in
Yes.
Speak.
He will now be called
Cannot
Agent
move yet.
Agent F. I will not.
these flat, dead plains.
I will reference him only as Agent F. He will need to enter my favor once more before I can call his name.
Mistress.
However,
of the
I do believe
Tormentors.
this session has gone on for quite enough. So I will call it here, and this will be my first time ending. So henceforth, I will have this saying: take care, everybody, and stick up to the challenges, and enjoy.
Burning heed and lust.
Bye.